I've already been invaded. Let me do this. Let me not do that. What the fuck did I just hit? I have Cat. Cat has decided that she wanted to get attention because she realized that I was doing something. Let me get music going, let me finish shaking up my drink here, and then I'm gonna be good. Bah. Bah. Actually. We'll start here. It's only slightly off from where we normally start, but I do kind of want to start off with some of this. That being said, I'm going to lag for a hot minute while my MIDI player boots. That is loud in my ears. What is eating up my CPU right now? Windows Explorer is? Hello? It makes sense for Media Player because it's like taking account of all the music. Okay, that's more like the spread I expect. OBS taking up about 25, Media Player's about 15. It'll be nice when I don't have to worry about this as much. Which should be about Monday. Weather permitting. I don't know, it kind of depends on... I mean, I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. If I do set everything up. If it cools off enough tonight, I'll probably... do all the part moving and whatnot. Or the, like, setup and whatnot. Discord, why are you eating up so much? You shouldn't be eating up so much right now. Let me open this up. Here, there. Because of cats. Because you guys are shedding again. Because it's hot again. Which means I'm gonna have to clean up my tablet again before I can work on anything tonight, you little fuck. Bratty lady. It's not as bad as this morning where you decided that you wanted to lie on me despite the fact that it was hot. At least when you're over here. At least when you're on the desk, as long as you're not lying on my keyboard, it's fine. Also, I have sound test back right now. I uninstalled Twitter this morning off of my phone, and everything works fine. So the implication on that is that even when I was restarting my phone, Twitter was booting up immediately after I would do that. And then eating up my phone's CPU. I don't know what the heck Twitter needs to do that for. I don't know why Twitter needs to boot up before I even click on it for the first time. So the implication is that they're pulling a freaking Facebook style, we're going to be booted up even in the background, so that we can get information from you so we can sell it to our freaking stockholders or whatever. Allegedly. I don't have to say allegedly for Facebook, they actually went to court over that shit. I do have to say allegedly for freaking Twitter, though. So yeah, I can hear my sound test today. My phone still heats up a bit, but it doesn't, like, try and burn a hole in my hand just via me browsing. I can message people on Discord again. I can freaking scroll other apps. I can do whatever. It was exclusively a Twitter problem. That it refused to not freaking just auto boot up when I freaking booted my phone up. Which is ridiculous. And I can't wait until people complain about Brock talking about Fallout and Gears of War lore at length in like 6 different voices because of the data that it collected from me. Allegedly. But yeah, that's my little freaking... It's so fucking stupid, dude. It's funny, but it's stupid. I mean, someone said it was funny. I don't think it's very funny. It's fucking invasive bullshit, but... Laugh to hide the pain, I guess. On to the good news, though. The power supply came in today, on time. We're all fine and dandy in that regard. I thought that I was going to eat my words because I didn't see it on the porch, either mine or my father's house. And I thought that it might have gotten porch pirated, but it went in the mailbox, so... I don't know how they crammed it in there, because... I was physically incapable of... Shut the fuck up. Removing it from the box without it... tearing the packaging. So I have no idea how they got it in there unscathed. So we have our power supply. I got the case from my uncle. The case where I don't have any other, where the power supply had to be freaking bought, which it did, because it was smaller. It was lower than what I thought it was. It does have all the RAM that I need. Motherboard's there. CPU's there. And then I'll take the graphics card out of this PC and put it into the, new build. Until I get a new graphics card. And hopefully, we'll be in business. I just hope that, the temperature goes down. Because I really don't want to freaking wind up, like, damaging or causing corrosion on my motherboard by me freaking just sweating buckets into it or into the PC while I'm working on it. But aside from that, we're doing good. We're riding. We're cruising, I guess, is the best way to put it. We're not riding high. I mean, we already established. I'm not sure what we'll do on Monday, to be honest. I'm not sure what we'll do tomorrow. I don't know if Tepper's going to be back sometime throughout the day. So I do kind of want to do like a send-off stream for this computer. I kind of want to try doing a Halo quick jog on this computer as like a send-off. Which is not going to happen if Discord keeps deciding that it's going to jump up and do 13% of my CPU. There's two Discord things that are jumping around. What the fuck? What is this? It didn't do anything. I task manager ended it, and it didn't do anything. Main Discord's still there. That's weird. I do kind of feel like I need to get myself a new large hard drive. My 4 terabyte hard drive only a week after I last repaired it, once again needed to get repaired. So I feel like the stuff inside of it is just dying. And the repairs are just going to be like temporary fixes each time, and then it's going to have an error or something. It's like a hardware issue where it's just kind of having a problem. Hey, stupid. You remember how I showed you to do it? That's how you open the curtain. Come on. It took Reed a single time to figure out how to open the curtain. You can look out the window, I don't give a shit. Don't know what you're gonna see out there. It's pitch black out there, and freaking the light that's going to be reflecting on the window is going to mean that it's even harder for you to see out there. I don't know, it's a weird feeling, right? I'm glad that I'll be upgrading. It's a marginal upgrade. It's not like the big freaking leap that we originally thought, but it's a little somber feeling, right? Just moving to a new rig after, I mean, it's been a decade. So there's a not small amount of sentimentality, which is also another reason why I wanted to full upgrade rather than just piecemealing and putting shit into the one that I already have. But I didn't want to ship of Theses, right? And whenever I get new GPU, the 1060 is going back in this rig. And I'm not entirely sure what I'll do with this in its entirety. I might even swap back to the i5 in it, because the i7 is kind of where the problem started showing up. So I do kind of want to try and set up like dual stream setup. I mean, with how much OBS takes up, having a system that exclusively runs that would be nice. Because OBS, on average, is taking up more than VBridger and VTuber are taking up independently. Or are taking up combined. OBS on its own is taking up more than two other programs that are taking my facial movements and translating them to a model. Are collectively. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm debating if I want to do a little bit of Green Goblin masking tonight, though, because it's been a bit since we've like watched anything, and I have a lot of shit that's just kind of piling up. Can I help you? You're just giving me that blank stare. Alright, you can lie over there, I don't give a shit. But hopefully, means that we'll be able to do stuff, more regularly. Right. And maybe a few extra things might be happening alongside it. Things that I've been kind of putting off just due to not wanting to set up things that might fuck up, or be set up things that how do I put it? Might get lost in the transfer. Even if I am just moving hard drives and whatnot all the way over. I think I'll copy my C drive, my G drive, but my C drive, to... I'm gonna kind of wipe the primary hard drive that's in this. Copy over my G drive, which is technically my C drive. It's my old C drive. It's now my G drive. Copy that over because it has, like, all of my important stuff on it. That way I have a backup. And my train of thought. Copy it over. Move that one over to here and this one over to there. And then obviously the SSD, which is my actual current C drive, is gonna go over there because I'm not freaking switching back to hard drive for information storage of my, like, base system, because I really like not waiting 5 minutes for my computer to boot up. 5 seconds versus 5 minutes is definitely a sizable freaking difference that I am quite a fan of. And it also actually incentivizes me to shut off, or it actually, like, well, it doesn't incentivize me to keep my computer on for actual days at a time. It doesn't freaking have that layer of inconvenience that led to a bad habit. Speaking of fucking bad habits, I've given up on one particular friend as of recent, I think. I had to physically scream at my monitor the other day. That fucking thunder? That's clear. Because someone was talking about how they needed money for a new fridge or whatever, which is, you know, an important appliance. And they're like, right after I drained my account, my savings, they drained their savings account in order to have a little bit of luxury for X, Y, and Z, and it's like, okay. Person acknowledges that it was a bad idea. This friend was like, oh no, don't worry about it. You deserved that luxury. Ignore the fact that you now have to beg for freaking... How much is an average fridge? I don't know, it depends on the fridge you get. Say this, like, base fridge, like $500, right? Doesn't matter that you have to beg for money. You deserved that luxury, and it's like... That's not the logic you should have. It's fine to not shame them? That's fine. But don't tell them that it's a good thing that you spent your savings. Your savings is supposed to be buffer money. It's supposed to be there so you don't have these kinds of problems. It's supposed to be the money that you would use for this fridge. Your checking account is what you use for the luxury. Your savings is also a buffer so that if you do wind up having a problem like this, or if you accidentally overspend your luxury, it just moves from your savings to your checking and you don't wind up eating shit. Eating a hyper freaking 30% fee on your overdraft or whatever, right? Which is still a very, very dumb I don't even know how to describe it. Mechanic, I guess, because it is a mechanical automated thing that happens for most banks. If I had so little money that I overdrafted accidentally, punishing me by increasing the amount that I'll owe from there is definitely a choice. I mean, I guess I can understand some of the logic for it, right? Because you are taking a micro loan or whatever. Doesn't make it any less dumb. But back to the actual point of this whole thing, I don't think that telling them, yes, draining your savings account was a good idea. You deserved that break that you took. Taking a break's fine. It's the matter of spending your entire savings on the luxury. It's like the logic behind that is probably why you have to ask for money so often. Hey, dumbass. Yep. You're on the right track. You're on the right track. Like, I'm not doing, like, big numbers financially, but at least I'm not constantly, you know, asking for people to freaking send me money and then going, okay, instead of spending that on, I don't know, what's an actual important thing that I would need? I mean, I guess, like, the original idea of this whole thing, right? Instead of spending it on the upgrade on my PC, which, thank you, Plan A, for failing. And Plan B, for that matter. But if I had just decided, okay, thanks for all of the... What even would we be at? I lost track of it because when I freaking got rid of all my scenes, I also lost... I mean, I can go by it based off of, like, what goals we have here, right? Let me open up my sketchbook, because that's where all my stuff is. OCs, models and assets. Stream stuff? No. Announcements. Shit. PC Upgrade-a-thon. We were just short of Goblin Voice at the time. We were like 20 bucks off from Goblin Voice. So... we were probably like at 680 or something like that. I'm gonna have to shift around some of the stuff as far as like rewards that actually happened. So let's give an estimate of like 678 or something. I mean, that's the base of that. Like, if I had spent just that on, I don't know, going to a convention or something, which is a thing that's happened in the cases of, like, who I'm referring to, is they asked for money and were, like, oh, I'll go homeless if I don't have this. I freaking... X, Y, and Z, right? I'll go homeless. I won't be able to eat. I'll freaking get kicked out by my roommates. I'll freaking... all this. Please freaking give me money or commission me for X, Y, and Z. And then, after they got given money, they're like, okay, what if I go to this $250 convention? What? What happened to your rent? Like, this isn't, a thing like... like someone doing a subathon or something, where in most cases, if they're doing like a subathon that's not related to anything, like Melissa's currently doing a subathon, there's nothing in particular that that's going toward. I'm assuming that it's, you know, a combination of savings. I mean, obviously going toward rent, or I think she... did she move? I don't remember. I don't think she has. I don't think she moved. I think I'm thinking of someone else in regards to that. But, like, having friends come in because, I mean, 600-something days or something like that. Or, no, not 600. 300-something days. A year. Obviously, being inside, like, 90% of that, you're going to go stir-crazy if you don't have any company at all. Like, it's going towards stuff like that, right? And that's fine. It's not, I'm asking for money for X thing that I need, right? And then deciding to spend it on, hey, let me just bring in people, or hey, I'm going to go to a convention, or hey, I'm going to buy the freaking insert pleasure device here. I don't know if I can freaking, like, outright say any names or anything on like, any devices that I'd be referring to for that, but you get the idea, right? That's just a flat-out shits and gigs subathon that she's doing. A shits and gigs uncapped subathon. There is no particular freaking purpose behind it. No, you know, prerequisites of, oh, it's going to charity, oh, it's going to keeping me from going homeless, oh, it's freaking going toward me buying a new car in order to be able to go to work, XYZ, right? I will... I mean, I've, like, had my complaints about, like, normally what I'm referring to when I say that the magic of subathons just kind of freaking died. She's not the big egregious example that I'm referring to normally, but, like, she's the one that's still going, that I'm like, oh, hey, 100 plus hours, I guess that I don't really... Because at a certain point, to me, at the very least, the Majesty kind of stops being, you know, a spectacle. There was a different person that, like, outright said, I'm going to label myself as, like, the 5th biggest subathon. Meanwhile, like, going out and spending entire days away, like, 3 times a week. Which was very fucking goofy. In the dumbest way possible, and I kind of got tired of what they were doing. Just in general, their loop of content. They only did, like, 2 things, and neither of them were things that I cared about for more than, like, 20 minutes. But they're an example that I tend to use semi-frequently whenever I'm talking about this kind of stuff. Just, I'm going out to a rave, and I'm going to be gone the entire weekend. Good luck, chat. The mods can restart the stream for me while I'm gone. By the way, 5th biggest. I don't know what the exact number was. It was, but they constantly had it in their title and whatnot. Freaking whatever. But that's beside the point. The actual point of this whole thing is, like, the person in question is constantly, like, complaining about not being able to get a job, quote-unquote, because they only want to get a job in their field. It's like, if I freaking... Say I were to... I don't know. Lose all of my freaking freelance stuff today or something, right? And then I refused to pick up literally anything else as a result. That's the kind of logic that's going on with this, right? And I genuinely... And I thought at first, I'm like, okay, you're, like, looking through X, Y, and Z, like, in fields that you have experience with, but, like, a wide net, like Theta's doing. Theta's in the job hunt market and experiencing exactly what I've complained about for the years that I have been hunting. That led to me kind of giving up on, like, active hunting and just keeping passive hunting going on. Is just... The job market's shit, right? In, like, every aspect. But, like, Theta's primarily trying to get IT work. Because that's what he went to school for. But he's also looking into other areas as well if he needs to. That's what I thought was going on with Person A over here. It turned out that that was incorrect. They were exclusively trying to get a job regarding their hobbies. And it really showed with a recent thing where they are currently volunteering for 6 things. Volunteering is the key word. And they're like, this is a big win. And it's like, okay, it's nice that you're getting stuff done in your field. However, I don't feel like if you're constantly asking for money, you should be spending 90% of your time working on 6 different projects that you're not getting paid for. That is classified as work, by the way. It's one thing if you're doing it as a hobby, right? Me drawing Nasu is a hobby, you know. That's fine to do when I'm not doing commissions, right? That being said, it's another thing. I don't know. I don't know how you have no sense of self-awareness in regards to it, I guess, is the best way to put it. It's like if I... Like I said, like, there was an egregious example, like, earlier this year or last year or something, where they asked for X amount of money, and then they're like, okay, now I'm just gonna go and spend $270 on a commission, or not a commission, a convention, and I'm gonna buy stuff while I'm there. I mean, at least the one person that I left their server due to that outright just freaking was like, hey, I'm just literally going to do this with the stuff. If you want to send me fucking $500, that'd be cool. I don't respect it, but, you know, it's on everyone that actually spent money on you at that point if you're being open about it, right? But telling people that what it's going to is bills, rent, medical expenses because of your meds, XYZ, and then saying, I spent all $600 of that on a convention. I don't know how much the individual actually got. I'm just using, like, freaking my money as a reference point. I think that they were 400 or something. They had a goal set and they reached their goal, and then they're like, I'm going to a convention. And then they came back and they're like, oh, I feel so bad. I spent all that money on freaking X, Y, and Z. And it's like, then why did you do it? How about you have some of that reflection before you go and freaking spend money that people sent to you because they freaking wanted to keep you from going homeless? And spend it on a freaking convention. Not even like a networking type convention. You just went to a freaking convention and bought merch, dude. So I don't know. Fucking... And then that's why it kind of, like, set off in my brain when they went and they talked, or there's a person, like I said, the person is like, hey, my fridge broke, I just spent all of my savings on luxury because I felt like I needed a break. And they're like, no, don't feel sorry about the fact that you drained your savings. Just enjoy that luxury. You earned it. And it's like, you think that maybe that kind of logic is the reason why you're constantly having to beg for money? Like, when I'm asking for, like, or doing, like, an a-thon or something, it's for something that's a big goal, like this, or to freaking do an emergency kind of bill, right? Like with Hiccup's leg. I can supplement with all my freelance stuff to freaking work with bills and whatnot. But you're just asking people on the internet for money every time, and then you're treating it like it's just an endless well, which you openly state it's not. Because you're exclusively in circles with people that are also asking for handouts, to put it bluntly. Everyone that you're dealing with is in the exact same situation as you are. Except most of them actually have a reasoning for it. Broken legs, broken arms. I've seen people that have cancer that are in that region. X, Y, and Z. And you are in this position because you can't say no to buying luxury when you have the money for it. The moral of the story, kids, is be smart with your money. Unless you actually do have fuck you money to say fuck you with. Like, obviously, there are some people that just can do whatever. Some of them are doing it in a stupid way, as Giga has pointed out multiple times. Some of them are being like, oh yeah, I reached partner in 1 month on Twitch. I freaking am going to... I think that if you were... I think you'd have to be at like 3 months or something like that if you reach partner. Because Twitch would have you have to prove that you're sustainable, which is a thing that they do. It's also a precaution against like people that bot. It's one of their original precautions before they rolled out the most recent thing. Because paying for bots for a month is easy. Paying for bots for 3 months in order to be at enough to get partner, a little bit more painful, unless you have the ability to supplement it with actual people. XYZ, right? That being said, Giga was pointing out a few people that were like, oh yeah, I freaking made partner this month. I bought myself a new car. I bought myself an X amount of money house. I bought freaking all this shit. And it's like, how does your savings account look, bud? We're entertainers. We're in a volatile industry. And I will call it an industry in this case, just because I'm in broad spectrum entertainment industry. But, like, even people that have been here for years, that have been doing this since I was in single digits, like I mentioned in the post-peak banter / the YouTube video. Like, Mim has been doing voice acting since I was in single digits. Even people like that are like, this is kind of a volatile industry. People come in, people go out. Different work. You're not assured what work you're going to have available at X, Y, or Z time. Who's a good fit for different things. And then also, we are like one of the biggest industries that is very reliant on the consumer being in a good spot, which not a lot are right now. And even if you have whales, like, that's not a sustainable source, right? Like the gacha space, like, sure, there's whales that'll spend freaking thousands in, like, one sitting. It's not sustainable. One moment. I'm going to hit the bathroom and get a refill on. Alright, that took an extra second because I had to see if Cat was ready to come in. That being said, where were we? Right. That's kind of a thing that, like, I don't know how to describe. I don't know how Giga described it. I mean, like, new money, I guess, is the, like, way that a lot of people call it in, like, media and whatnot, right? Where they'll go, okay, I made, like, 100K in a year. Or I made 100K in, like, 3 months. Let's buy a house, right? And in this case, it's like in a volatile industry. You could make 500K, like, in 1 month. You could make 10K in another. Obviously, there's some weird shit going on if you do, like, have that big discrepancy. But, you know, it fluctuates, right? So if you just constantly freaking, to use a certain someone's analogy, if you increase your fish tank based off of what you have at your max, then you're going to be fucked over. So if I have, like, if you make that 500K in 1 month, and then you were like, okay, now to spend that 500K in that 1 month, and then you make the 10K next time. If you spent 500K on freaking frivolous shit, there's a good chance that you just... You might have, like, payments or subscriptions or something that eats up notably more than that 10K. And it's a problem. For you. So what Giga was saying is that, like, a lot of these, like, fresh streamers and freaking YouTubers and whatnot that, like, pop off at first need to actually, you know, save a little bit, freaking put it into some different things to generate a little bit of burner money or whatever. Like, I try and keep myself a little bit of breathing room, I guess is the best way that I put it. Which I expand my breathing room. Instead of expanding my spending, I expand my breathing room. Sort of like I do in video games, oddly enough. So, like, if I reach, like, 500 or something like that, 500's my breathing room number. I don't want to freaking go below that off of, like, unimportant stuff. If I reach, 600, that's where the new baseline is. And then obviously, like, life things will happen. Need to get a new part for freaking X, Y, or Z vehicle. Drop down, like, freaking to where you're above the 500 mark. God forbid medical bills. Congratulations, we're freaking dropped down like 6 steps. The big one recently that knocked me down several pegs was when my father got injured earlier this year. I had to start picking up a little more with, like, the monthly bills, and that knocked me down from my breathing room region of, like, 600 down to... My breathing room number is not even 200 at this point. Which is also why I freaking look at things and I go, that's nice. Too bad that I don't have the freaking breathing room to go for that. If I am at a certain point, though, I may make an exception, like... I was in my 500 region last year, and the Juniper statuette from Novel was being offered, and it's like, okay, I won't spend 200 on that. But then it dropped down to 100 something, and I'm like, okay, for that offer, I guess that I'll take. I'll take a step down for something that I want that much. And, like, I get that when it comes to some people, that the way that their mental works, they prioritize certain things more. But I definitely think that in the case of what we were talking about earlier, you do have to consciously make decisions at a certain point. If you are asking for base money on Twitter or Blue Sky, or freaking some other thing that you're not directly creating content on, like, obviously subathons are different from this in that case, because you're offering a service in exchange for money, and people toss money in based off of how much they think that's worth. And it's an event, so, like, you're also giving extra things based off of how much you make, right? But if you are asking for people to give you money in exchange for nothing on just a random social platform, and you are incapable of not spending that on conventions or freaking random VTuber merch or freaking the new Genshin banner or whatever, then you need to figure out some sort of way to consciously make yourself better. Because it is a genuine problem. The other example of people freaking deciding to buy whole new houses or whole new cars or whatever because they made 100K in a month or whatever is them making stupid decisions. If this is a recurring thing, it is a bad habit. And like I said, in the case of this person, I just fucking... I'm done with them. I kept thinking that, I'm like, they'll get better. Surely they'll understand. Surely they'll think about this. Surely at some point they will self-reflect on this cycle. But when it hit the point where they were not only not reflecting on it, but telling someone else that the bad habit was actually a good thing, there is no saving at that point. We were friends, and I hope that you can improve. I hope that things get better, but I cannot freaking sit here and, like, pseudo babysit just for you to repeatedly stick your hand into the water with the car battery sitting in it and then wonder why you get an electrical shock. But either way, that's neither here nor there. It's their decision. That's their life at this point. I really wish that they weren't spreading that ideology around. And I really wish that they weren't, like, making other people worse as a result. But much like their ex-partner, I have reached a breaking point in dealing with it, or even acknowledging it. The fuck did I put my repair kit? I just used it, like, yesterday. Oh, there it is. I'm just glad that, you know, I'm glad for the community I have, and I'm glad that things have finally been somewhat sorted out, I guess. I still really wish that we hadn't gotten all the way down to Plan C. Because I don't feel good about the fact that after all of that, and like it was Desktop's decision, and I have faith that he's like smart and is not going to spend money out of his capabilities. But I really wish that it hadn't gotten to that. Because it doesn't really feel good considering like how much help everyone had given throughout the whole thing. And then freaking... Oh haha, surprise! Which is why I removed, like, all the stuff from the scenes and whatnot. Because I didn't want to incentivize people to freaking spend more money. Because the thing got stolen, right? I'm very thankful. And I definitely feel like it's a blessing that I have, like, people that care enough about me and, like, what I do to offer, despite all the setbacks. But it doesn't feel good to, like, be in that kind of position. And, like, I still feel guilt constantly, like, Thankfully, like, there's not really any other parts unless Desktop winds up deciding I'm going to spend $300 on a freaking new GPU, which I don't advise, even though the GPU would like be helpful for efficiency in working on videos and whatnot. I'd rather not be in that like kind of thing. I already feel bad enough, like just over the, I mean, effectively $300, 300 something. Let me write down what we have. Can I open up a second copy of the calculator? Oh, good, I can. We did the math on it, like, the other day, right? But I forgot my math already. Because it's something that I only really keep track of in the middle of it. We'll round up on each thing. And then it was 75 and 25 and 65. It was plus 90. So yeah, 234, which is 230 more than it should. 234 more than it should have been. Because we should have had everything sorted in Plan B. Should have had everything sorted in Plan A, but you know. The fuck do we do in that? Oh, hi, Glitter. How you doing tonight? Sorry, I was doing math. Let me... what does this put us at anyway? Like overall, 912. It is above the not safe work skeb. Unfortunately, God, we freaking basically skipped 2 of those. Fucking might as well. Let's see here. I guess we'll say that we'll just do the chat picks horror game and chat picks. The difficult part on that is that we freaking don't have the overflow that was originally expected. So if someone picks something I don't have, then we're in a problem. Because like if someone says, "Oh yeah, Alien Isolation," I don't own that. I don't think. Which is, you know, normally the go-to freaking horror game everyone does. Oh, play Alien Isolation. Oh, play Alien Isolation. Play it with the audio. Play it with VR. I don't have VR either. Play it with the mic thing. I should specify on that. Because, I mean... ooh, it's spooky. It hears you if you're talking to chat. It hears you if you get scared. There's a... I mean, obviously, like... any of the horror-themed... quote-unquote friend slop games all have that kind of stuff at this. They have at least one enemy that's like that anymore. Because, oh, we gotta catch anytime someone gets a little scared. Ooh. Congratulations, shotgun, dog. Freaking third thing. I don't actually know any other games off the top of my head aside from the 2 in particular that I'm basically referring to with that. Freaking Repo and Lethal. I don't know if Sketchies has a thing like that. Or Murky Divers. Those are the 2 other ones that... I mean, they fit in, like, the same niche. Collect things until you die. Make money. Number go up each time until you fail. Let me... finish reading this real quick. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Oh, there's also content warning, but it doesn't really have any sound-based enemies as far as I know. Like, all the enemies are, like, sight-based, and they just have different ways of going after you. Tell you what, though, I smell those burgers in the kitchen, and I am really tempted to eat early just because of them. But I am glad that, I don't know. Let's actually set up these channels, right? One of these is going to be very, very short. It's going to be, like, really freaking... If they don't answer by fucking Monday, then get fucked, I guess. There. I don't even know if anyone's gonna freaking see that shit. Honestly, though, if desktop's like... If desktop freaking requests a specific game, I'd just freaking do it, because... As it stands... Like, all the actual money that went into the new rig is via desktop at this point. I give credit to everyone that freaking went through this, but, like, I don't know, it's one of those things where I feel like I should give desktop a little bit of priority just because desktop gave the money for the original Plan A that turned into Plan B that got stolen, and then gave money for Plan C and just bought out Plan C effectively. But then I don't want to, like, stuff any of the freaking people that donated for Plan A and B. Because they did donate money thinking that, you know, because no one's expecting something to get fucking stolen in transit like that. I don't know. Like I said, they have until Monday for freaking choosing a new rig game. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, then you would like to choose something for the new rig, then consider joining the Discord in order to actually toss that in there, because I'm not freaking posting that to all the freaking other socials. Because then I have randos that just decide, I'm gonna freaking toss in my idea, despite the fact that I'm not gonna watch anyway. It'll also mean that I can attempt to do some marathon ideas that I wanted to do. And I say marathon rather than donathon or supathon because I want to do it like Connor does it for a lot of games. Lily did it for Subnautica. I want to do it to where like money is not an incentive on it at all, right? I want to play through like games that are of a moderate length and just like make an event out of it. Like, obviously, I'm not going to do that shit for Stalker or anything. Because there's so much, like... Especially with the mods that I run. Even base freaking... Anomaly. Without Gamma being taken into account. There's a lot of grinding and whatnot, and I don't feel like that would be interesting. You can play... like Subnautica, it can be a very long game, but it can also be a game that you can even casually finish in like 20 or so hours. You can spend 80 hours like building bases and exploring and whatnot. Or you could just beeline the story and finish it in like 20 or so hours. I have 41 hours and I've quote-unquote beaten the story. I'm putting that in massive quotes. I beat it before there was actually an ending to the story. The actual final bit, they hadn't implemented how to actually make the salve at the end of the game. So, I beat all but literally the thing that lets you hatch the eggs in order to finish the game. Because it just wasn't a thing. Because it was right before... it was a little bit before, full release, right? If anyone says Skyrim, though, I'm banning you. We already had our big freaking marathon where we go through all of Elder Scrolls. Someone's gonna say Fallout Tactics or something like that. I'm going to freaking end my putrid existence. Hey Jamon, how you doing tonight? I'm hungry because I smell burgers. Not done yet, but thankfully the heat's gone down a bit, so maybe I'll actually get most of the freaking building done tonight. Which would be basically everything but transferring over the hard drives and the GPU, because those are things that are moving from current rig over to new rig when that happens. Wound up freaking deciding to take tonight to Yap because when I started it was hot as hell, and I'm in a state where I still can't work on the commission that I currently have on any platform. So my primary thing that I would do is either yapping or I do kind of want to do a bit of a send-off stream tomorrow, to a certain degree. But aside from yapping, I don't really have anything on stream to do because I don't want to... The point of doing Deponia yesterday was so I don't have a game lingering in the background that could just have its data die. Which it could have died, by the way, because that was still on my E-Drive, and my E-Drive corrupted again. I did review Deponia Doomsday. I gave it an actual review. After sleeping on it, I don't think that it's, I don't even know what Fighting Like Siblings is, to be honest. That's such a wide spectrum that I don't know. Like, even amongst my siblings, the degree of which fighting happened was such a wide spectrum that I don't know what I'd do on that. But yeah, I after sleeping on Deponia Doomsday, my I definitely wouldn't recommend it to anyone that's not specifically, like, after more puzzles on Deponia. The story in itself ends in a way that makes the entire thing pointless in itself. Ugh. And it's... If you take it into account with all the other games, it's pointless from that perspective as well. And if you take it into account with the reason that Daedalic even made it, because they made it specifically to give the finger to a specific subset of people that didn't like how the original trilogy ended. First of all, it made me feel like I got the middle finger because they just stopped the plot at certain points in time to talk at the player. But it's not for me anyway, because I liked how it ended. I think it was a good bookend, and a trio of, you know, how Rufus has been. Since the first game, he has gotten within spitting distance of Elysium, and then his conscience gets the better of him. They set it up in the beginning in, like, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. Chapter 2? Chapter 3. Because there's the prologue. Chapter 1 is the hotel. Chapter 2 is the actual barge. And then Chapter 3 is after you fall out. And then in Chapter 3 of Goodbye Deponia, they established that his flaw was that he had a conscience. Everyone's like, oh, selfish Rufus would never do this. And it's like, yeah, if you take it as him being a heroic sacrifice, then sure. That's not what he would do. If you take it as a moment of his conscience winning out and him just deciding, I'm going to die, because otherwise everyone else is going to, then... And him going out on his own terms rather than getting split up in the turbine, then yeah. It works. Cheap tactics? Cheap tactics, oh. I don't know. I don't know how you exactly translate the reasoning behind the argument into a single art piece. Especially considering our dynamic is a little bit less like standard siblings. At least as far as our character, like, angle goes. Like, in a in-universe sense. I don't know. Maybe we'll figure it out. I have a lot of shit I have to work on, though. Because I have, Heber's new design to work on. I have the current commission. I have another commission that's on a waiting list because I'm going to be making a new model for Halloween. Which is not just going to be an outfit. Which is going to be very interesting. So we'll figure out what happens with that, I guess. Like I said, though, I do kind of want to semi-do a restructuring of certain things, and by that I mean I want to add a couple channels to the Discord. Because I want to expand a couple things that I've been putting off. That I've been putting off for, at the very least, how long, actually? If I go into the tag, I should be able to find the alt account, and that should have a mention of it in it. I have a notification? Why do I have a notification? October of last year? We have nearly reached a year since I freaking technically did. Oh, right, I did it specifically because of a specific game that was supposed to come out, and the game got removed from Steam, like, 3 hours later because it was full of just stolen assets and whatnot. Oh, fuck. Oh, never mind. Okay, I was looking at something else. I'm gonna leave that though. I forgot which person that was for a moment. But yeah. I think that I'll shoot for like once a month, I think, on that thing. I don't know if it'll be once a month, but I'll shoot for it. Maybe once a week. I don't know. It depends on what I'm doing, I guess, at any given time. Because, like, obviously if I'm working on a commission, not exactly like the one I'm doing currently, but, you know, similar, then, yeah. Or if I want to just, you know, draw something that I can't over here. Like, I have an idea for a Nasu piece that I can't draw over here. Which I hope that I kept the reference for. Actually, I sent the reference idea to Ray, so I can at least look back in our DMs in order to see that. Also, I'm leaning back, so if you see my head, like, in a weird spot, that's why. So I can have my arms spread out a little bit so I can have a little more airflow to deal with the heat, because while I'm streaming currently, heat ramps up significantly. I think, though, that after next break, we'll probably do a little Green Goblin mask leading into end of stream. That way I have a little more distraction going on. I might have myself a small snack, though, during next break. Specifically so that I can, not have to think about being hungry. What's the next song? Is the next song Rolling Girl? If so, I might take my break there while that's going. Rolling Girl's nice, but it's not like my top on this segment of the playlist. Did have myself a bit of a neck. Let me remove this. I do kind of want to watch this. Do I have any other... How long is this? An hour 20. I'll watch this off stream because Zuli doesn't really do a lot of like, well, she doesn't do any talking at all. It's all text based, so I don't know. I don't want a dramatic read. Oh, ew! What the fuck? Okay, I gotta show you guys this shit. Let me, okay, well, at least it's not gonna... Browser audio. And then... Yep. And then it's what? Control 6 is what I put this on, right? Yeah. Look at this shit. I hate when YouTube does stuff like this, where they're just like... I mean, it makes it easier, because if I see certain things, I really... Dude, Jesus fucking Christ, it scared the fuck out of me. Because there's certain thumbnails that I hate looking at, and it might be on this, for all I know. Yeah, okay, it's not. But, like, there's, certain thumbnails that I hate looking at that people do. I'm gonna open this in another tab. I don't really want to watch anyone other than... Red King I don't have a problem with. But half of what shows up right now is freaking... I hate freaking getting recommended Epic Nate so much, though. Because I think that the other thing that I have, Battle of Fira is also hour 20? Hour 30, maybe? Hour 13. But yeah, I've been going down the Fallout rabbit hole a bit, to say the least. But I kind of want to chill for a little bit of the remainder, and this will give me an incentive to just kind of cruise for the rest of this. Oh, and for those looking for confirmation, Tebber did say... they said before I ended stream, but I saw it after I ended stream, that they're not sure if they'll be available tomorrow, so that's why I've been saying that might be quick jog tomorrow.
There are things you must know. The village is dying. The signs are everywhere. Withering crops. Dying Brahmin. Sick children. There is hope, however. A slim hope that few know of. The old discs speak of an item called the Garden of Eden creation.
I'm kind of curious if they did the cutscenes in a similar way to how they... Because the talking heads are actually, like, 3D sculpts. Like, clay sculpts. I don't think they're clay. I think that they might be out of, a silicon or something, but, like... But they're, like, actual physical objects that they stop motion. I don't know if they did that for these or if these are straight up 3D renders.
To the wasteland. This will be your quest, if you prove yourself worthy. For that proof, you must first journey to the Temple of Trials. If you survive, come back to me. We will talk more. Our life is in your hands, Chosen One. Prove yourself. Find the Gek. Be our salvation.
I'm kind of tempted to freaking do,
At 20 years old, the Chosen One was taken to the temple's entrance,
just an asshole.
where Clint, the temple's guardian, made sure they wouldn't leave without taking the Mystic Test. They had, after all, trained for this moment their entire life. Inside, they found a strange corridor made of stone, along with various obstacles they needed to beat. There were giant ants, rad scorpions with venomous stingers, deadly floor traps, and Cameron, a tribal and expert in unarmed combat. While we don't know how the Chosen One passed the test, they could have used any combination of skills, but in the very last room, atop the stairs, they found the Vault Dweller's jumpsuit, a relic of their grandfather's, and with it, they could prove to the Elder that they were ready to be the tribe's champion.
I'd like to point out that that's not being held down with anything. That's drooping down. So any instance where it's shown that it's still the skin-tight outfit like it is from the first one is inaccurate, because that should be loose as fuck, because it's just hanging down on its own.
You have survived the Temple of Trials.
These are what I was talking about.
Are you ready for your quest? Pay attention. Find the Holy Vault 13
and you can
bring back...
Okay, so the other ones are 3D models, and they've got to be 3D models, like, rendered in a computer thing, because they're very different from the talking heads, which are stop motion. I still don't remember what material they're made of, but I did see someone post, like, what the talking heads, like, looked like on their, like, sticks and whatnot. They're kind of sick to look at.
The trader from Klamath brought us the flask from the Holy 13. Start your search with him. The disc will remind you of your task. May the gods of the vault watch over you.
Taking the quest...
Momoko, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? Yep, not raid. Ba, 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 ba. Ah, fair enough. How did the art go, though? Well, for those that are just joining in, let me move over to this. I'm also an artist. I drew and rigged my own model, and I'm also a bit of a variety streamer. As is evident from the fact that we were watching through Fallout lore, because I kind of just wanted to chill today. Because I've been very productive as of recent, and I didn't want to start anything else right before I transfer PCs. Thank you, I appreciate it. And yeah, stream's going pretty alright. The heat is being a little brutal, but other than that. Hey, Absurdist, how you doing tonight? I'm doing pretty good. But I just kind of wanted to chill tonight because I have, hopefully, weather that's going to be cooler. Because my power supply came in today and didn't get pilfered. Alright, enjoy the lurk and hopefully get to feeling better soon. Hopefully it cools off and I can actually assemble the new rig sometime tonight. Because I really don't trust it to actually stay cool. If it does cool off tonight, I don't trust it to stay cool for the next couple days. But we have just started, so for those joining in, you haven't missed a whole lot. We've just started on basically what is going to be the main storyline's plot and a little bit afterward, because Fallout 1's protagonist had memoirs, apparently, that he wrote post-game that explained, like, the canon events of it, and also stuff that happened afterward. So maybe this one will, and for some reason this is 4 times longer than the one for the Vault Dweller.
The Chosen One headed east towards Klamath. Upon finding the merchant's home, which was unlocked, they entered, only to discover that Vic was missing. After asking a few of the locals if they knew where Vic was, they learned that he was last seen southeast selling his wares at the Den, a haven for drug and slave trafficking. And it was true, Vic was at the Den.
Thieving kids until you kill off 2 different people. I lost like 3 different weapons. Thankfully, the 2 people that actually are the end goal of that are hated by the rest of the community, so you don't actually lose anything for, or you don't activate combat with everyone else by murking them.
But he wasn't selling wares. Vic had done some dodgy dealing with the Slavers Guild and was now involuntarily repairing pre-war tech for the slavers, something he would very much like to be rid of.
Vic
so
was
when
a
the Chosen One
temporary
spoke
companion,
to him
not
through
a
the window
permanent one.
of his cell, Asking for information about the mysterious flask, he refused to talk and would only part ways with what he knew once he was free. He then suggested they return to his home in Klamath and bring him an old radio, a task which didn't take long. After the radio was passed through the bars of his cell, Vic, desperate to leave this place, set about putting together a working radio, which he prayed was enough to buy back his freedom. But upon producing it to Metzger, the head of the Slavers Guild, he just laughed at the Chosen One and told them that a working radio had been their original deal, and if they truly wanted to buy Vic, then it was going to take a working radio and $1,000. Now,
or killing them all, which is what I did. And I was given good boy points for it. It meant that it took me twice as long to actually get through the opening of the game. However, worth it.
The village elder had given the Chosen One some money, but it was nowhere near enough. Between the Den and Klamath, there are many ways the Chosen One could have accumulated the money to buy Vic's freedom, such as putting an end to the rat infestation in Klamath by killing King Rat, along with many other smaller jobs, getting books from Derek, and figuring out how Becky can sell her booze for so cheap, are just a few examples. And once he was free, just as promised, Vic told the Chosen One everything he knew about the flask, which, as it turned out, wasn't that much. While he didn't know where the flask had come from, he did know the man who sold it to him, Ed, a Brahmin dealer east in Vault City, who undoubtedly would be more helpful, or so they'd hoped. After finding Ed in the courtyard beside the Brahmin pen and telling him that Vic had sent them, Ed tried his best to remember where it was he found the flask, but all he could recall was it had come from somewhere along the big circle, which gave the Chosen One quite a few places to go. The Den had been a bust. Hopefully Vault City would be more useful.
I think that I accidentally found Vault 13 when I played. I think that I kind of just went exploring. I don't remember. I do remember that there is like a wall here? There's a wall at some point in this where you just have an entire thing of 100% chance of running into Enclave, and you will die turn 1 if you do that too early in the game.
Approaching the gate to downtown, they watched as many people were turned away by the guards for not having a day pass. And just then, while considering getting a day pass, one of the guards signaled for them to come closer. He said his name was Wallace, and although he didn't know them, he did recognize their Vault jumpsuit, and strongly advised they go see Joanne Lynette, the first citizen. After some back and forth with Lynette, the Chosen One learned that Vault City had come from Vault 8. Vault 8 had used their only Gek to create the city, and once it broke, they recycled the parts and used them for other projects, which left the Chosen One with no choice but to search elsewhere.
I'm kind of curious as to how it works, because in Fallout 3, it sets off a nuke effectively when you activate it. So if that's the implication as to how that happens every time, whoever activates the thing is on a suicide journey. It saves, like, everyone else around them, but they're on a suicide journey for that.
However, what Vault City did have was information on other vaults, perhaps even Vault 13. The only problem was, to access the vault proper, where the central computer was stored, you had to be a Vault citizen, which left the Chosen One with no other choice but to become one, which was easier said than done, because the citizenship test was practically impossible to pass, and Joanne knew this. So, in return for citizenship, she sent the Outsider to deal with her power plant problem.
Rather than taking the test, you could prove your commitment to the vaults in a more substantial way. As an outsider,
I don't like
you
the
are
way
in a
she
unique
says that.
position to resolve a difficult situation for us. There's a town, if you could call it that, to the northeast of our city. It is filled with creatures that are polluting the groundwater with dangerous radiation. Those things are operating a damaged atomic power plant. You see, they are immune to radiation. They don't care that they are slowly killing us with their poison.
I'd also like to point out that I absolutely hate this woman. If you don't have, like, 50 speech by the time you run into her and realize, like, from the front that you have to basically stroke her off every time you talk to her, then you have a 0% chance of, like, completing her storyline effectively. I don't remember, like, exactly what it is that you get from, like, the best outcome, but, like...
Disable their plant permanently, so that they cannot cause any more damage.
If Lynette was telling the truth, then these creatures were no better than raiders or slavers, and putting an end to them was probably for the best. But upon seeing the building, dimly lit by dying lights, with the silhouettes of people, one figure turned towards them, raised a hand, but instead of firing, it waved. This figure was Lenny, a short ghoul who before the Great War was a doctor in Bakersfield, and much like Lynette, had once lived inside a vault, only his vault's door had failed to close and the entire population were turned into ghouls. And Lenny had once known the Vault Dweller, who came to Bakersfield, now known as Necropolis, in search of a water chip. Back then, Lenny had almost reached out to him, wanting to join his quest, but lacked the courage to do so,
his outfit
a mistake
is kind of
he
fucked
wouldn't
up by the end
make
of that.
again. So when he saw the Chosen One, he introduced himself and asked them if there was anything they needed help with. Lenny wasn't the kind of person who purposefully poisoned an entire city, and after meeting several other ghouls, including Harold, a mutant of sorts, they learned that the entire problem was nothing more than a misunderstanding.
Yeah, maybe if certain people actually...
Whatever it takes to keep this place together. Our atomic reactors are mighty sensitive.
Honestly, freaking Vault City is hardly better than the Enclave through like 90% of the fucking game. Including the fact that if anyone looks anything aside from human, they just get shot on sight on the way. Diplomat or not. It is insane. Good guys, by the way.
Although, if we don't get a hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator pretty damn quick, there is gonna be trouble. I'm certain those ornery bastards in Vault City have one. Not that they'd share. Well, they'd only help us if they thought it was in their own best interest to do so. Not much chance of that happening. They shoot ghouls on sight. Makes conversation a bit tricky. We need a hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator, and it needs to be installed soon, or we have got some real problems. If we don't get it, you can bet those boneheads from Vault City will shut down our power plant permanently. Vault City doesn't play nice. They'll just come up here and kill all of us if we don't get that part. Well, at least I'll have a tree for a monument.
So, Harold and the ghouls were trying to repair the damaged nuclear reactor, but in the process had accidentally poisoned the water supply. Vault City mistakenly thought they had done this on purpose and shot all ghouls on sight. But if a hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator wasn't installed soon, they would all have bigger things to worry about. Of course, the reactor could also be disabled, but this was their home. Humans hadn't been kind to ghouls, and after searching for somewhere to live, they found the plant, and the radiation, which they were immune to, kept them safe, as humans tended to avoid the stuff. So, on behalf of Gecko, the Chosen One said they would return to Vault City and get the part for them, and Lenny, being the helpful soul that he was, decided to go with them. But the hospitality the Chosen One had experienced upon their first visit was now absent. Lenny was made to wait outside the city walls with guards watching his every move. It was clear they didn't trust them, and neither did Lynette, who refused to listen and didn't want to help Gecko, even if it meant helping her own people. While walking back to Lenny to tell him the bad news, the Chosen One was approached by McClure, the senior council member. He saw the wisdom in repairing the plant and sent word to Randall, the chief amenities officer, to have the part ready for collection. By this point, Lenny had grown impatient. The guards' weapons, perhaps subconsciously, always seemed to be pointing towards him, and then the gate opened and the Chosen One stepped out, holding a package with a big smile on their face. Festus, the plant manager, was called to the office and after a few words of encouragement, took the package away. Shortly after, the lights flickered just that little bit brighter.
I do kind of want to do another run through of like all the Fallout games. Maybe with the new PC I'd be able to play Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is a touchy beast though, so who knows.
Satisfied with how things were, the Chosen One thanked Lenny for his help and turned to leave. But Harold called out to them and said that while things were better, there was still something he needed to ensure. He knew that Vault City was expanding, and the power plant, now fully functional, had just become a major target.
Yep.
And knowing that Vault City used servants, glorified slaves, as part of their workforce, he suspected that if some sort of deal wasn't in place, then Vault City would one day take the plant by force and add the ghouls to their growing list of involuntary laborers.
Yep.
Knowing Lynette would never listen, the Chosen One returned to McClure, while Lenny was once again made to wait outside. Only this time, he decided to put a little more distance between himself and the guards. It was agreed that if Gecko sent power to Vault City, then Vault City would send them medical supplies, a deal Lenny knew Harold would accept and return to give him the good news, while the Chosen One told Lynette that her problem was fixed, and while it wasn't exactly the solution she had been hoping for, her people were safe, and that should be all that mattered. With citizenship granted, they left Lynette to mull over the outcome and
Her
went to
version of the vault suit's the only one that has that weird freaking ruffle in the back, which makes me think that it has a hood to it. But she's the only one I've ever seen that has that.
investigate Vault 8. This was their first time inside a vault, and it was incredible. With its thick metal walls, bright lights, and brilliant computers, it was weird to think that people ever wanted to leave. And after scouring through the central computer, they found the location of another vault. However, it wasn't the vault they were hoping for, but this vault was sealed with a geck, and if it hadn't been used to make another settlement like Vault City, then it could be used to save Arroyo. So after refilling their supplies, they said farewell to Vault City and headed south into the desert. On August 30, 2241, the Chosen
21?
One had been traveling south towards Vault 15 for several days when they came across some people in the wrong place at the wrong time. On the left was a family, and on the right were 3 soldiers, one of which could only be described as a mountain. The largest soldier told the family they were going to go with him, but the father refused, as he only wanted to be left alone, saying he would never support the cause of their superiors. In response, the mountain issued a second and final warning, telling him again that if they did not come with him, he and his family would be made an example of. But the father was unwilling to listen and refused to comply, instead telling the soldier that he would rather his knowledge die with him, a request the mountain was happy to provide. In a brief but brutal moment, the family was cut down using machines that spat fire, and then the mountain
I am curious as to what info he had that was actually, like, important enough that the Enclave broke their rule of no outsiders for it.
Mountain turned to the Chosen One and warned them that what they had witnessed was none of their business and to forget what they had seen. They stood there, frozen in place, as the soldiers disappeared into the desert. Only after had they faded from view did they find their legs could move, and without thinking, they continued south. But that man would haunt their dreams for weeks to come. Closer to Vault 15, they stumbled upon one of the towns Ed had mentioned, Broken Hills, where they only intended to replenish their supplies before moving on. It was here they met Marcus, a super mutant from the Master's army, who had since become the unlikely leader and sheriff of the town, whose people were a rare combination of mutants and humans.
Marcus
The town's formative years were spent clinging to life, but after a particularly harsh winter, Marcus was now looking to restore the pre-war uranium mine and bring commerce to the town, wanting to build a safe haven for the desperate dregs of humanity. And after hearing about such a noble cause and believing their quest was almost over, the Chosen One decided to help in whatever way they could. But this help would take them to places they had never imagined, for it had them collecting parts from Renesco in New Reno. It's tricky figuring out which crime family they decided to work with, but Fallout New Vegas suggests two families came to power, the Bishops and the Wrights, meaning their actions in some way helped those two families while hindering the Salvatores and the Mordinos. And oddly enough, one of New Reno's endings has the Chosen One potentially fathering a child with either Leslie Ann Bishop or her daughter Angela Bishop.
Which is canon. Or implied to be canon. Because of, what's-his-face that you meet in Novak, who winds up freaking banging his, like, descendant, or whatever the fuck the level of freaking thing is.
Not long after the destruction of the Enclave, the Bishop family of New Reno was blessed with a child. This child seemed to have little in common with the Bishops, preferring instead to spend his days exploring the wastes. When he turned 13, he seized control of the Bishop family and led them to victory over the remaining New Reno families. He died quietly in his sleep at the age of 73, never having known his real father.
Now, while New Vegas establishes this ending as canon, as Bruce Isaac tells the Courier all about the Bishop child, their father is still unknown, and as such, the Chosen One's gender is still ambiguous and will remain that way for the rest of the video. But after helping these two families and getting the parts for the mine's air purifier, Broken Hills could now focus on becoming the town Marcus dreamed of. Or at least that's what the Chosen One thought. In their absence, several people had gone missing, and now rumors of an anti-mutant conspiracy were circulating the streets, something Marcus was genuinely afraid of, as he knew firsthand just how far some humans would go to rid the world of super mutants, and seeing it once was enough to last a lifetime.
Can't imagine how he,
Knowing the Chosen One was someone
that.
he could trust, he pleaded with them to find the missing people and figure out if the rumors were true, and still thinking their quest was almost over, they agreed. And besides, the money Marcus had promised to pay them was more than enough to cover the expenses needed to get to Vault 15 and then back to Arroyo. Taking to the streets, they started with the families of those who were missing. But after asking them questions, which didn't tell them anything Marcus hadn't already, they went to the toilet, and while using a nearby outhouse, they stepped inside and found the manhole cover was suspiciously loose. Pulling the cover aside and climbing down, they didn't expect to find anything unusual, but at the end of a secret tunnel system, there were several bodies and a note. With this, the Chosen One had a few names: Zaius and Francis, two super mutants, and Jacob, the chemist, who according to the author of the note, was the leader of the anti-mutant conspiracy. But this note could have been left by anyone, so they investigated further, starting with Francis. Francis told them that there were people in the town trying to kill mutants, and while Marcus wasn't going to do anything about it, he, without Zaius, who was merely keeping Francis from going full berserk, killed the people he believed were trying to kill him, and then he used their bodies to serve another purpose, one that might further the cause of peace. But knowing that Marcus would one day find out the truth, Francis offered to leave the town and find a way to atone for his actions. Which wasn't justice, but it did remove him from the picture, while the Chosen One was left to figure out if Jacob really was the leader of the conspiracy, or just another innocent caught in the crossfire. Downtown, the Chosen One found Jacob with his wife Eileen, and they were welcoming and told them how the town came to be found by another man named Jacob, a Brotherhood Knight and friend of Marcus. After the town was considered safe, Jacob went elsewhere, while Marcus became their leader, and while the town may
And he
look
would
civilized,
later go on to
it
make
was
Jacob's Town, which has notably fewer humans working with the mutants.
actually a killing ground for the bloodthirsty mutants, and the longer time went on, the less humans there were in Broken Hills. And then something happened. Jacob tried to recruit them. He told them they looked tough and could probably take down a mutant if they tried. He said he had some friends, Manson and Frank, who were in jail and needed help getting them out. If that didn't take their fancy, then he also needed chemicals, because he and his wife hated mutants and wanted to kill them, and the best way to get rid of them was to disable the mine's air purifier while they were inside. Before things could go too far, the Chosen One excused themselves, thanked Jacob and Eileen for their hospitality, and left. And I imagine, at this point, the Chosen One was feeling quite conflicted. On one hand, you had humans who felt threatened by the mutants and wanted them gone, and on the other hand, you had mutants who felt threatened by humans and wanted them gone. But Francis had left, Zaius wasn't a bad mutant, and Marcus genuinely wanted everyone to be safe.
And from a certain perspective, I guess that, like, Francis was right. Like, the chemist was trying some shit.
Jacob and his conspirators were left to cause the town more harm. And so they returned to Marcus and told him they had found the missing people dead beneath the town, and the anti-mutant conspiracy wasn't just a rumor, that Jacob was the one in charge and he wanted to blow up the mine to kill the mutants. Marcus was dumbfounded. He had wanted to build something great, but still mutants and humans were killing each other. Would the two groups ever be allowed to coexist? He didn't know, but he could worry about that later. For now, he and his deputies would take it from here, and once the conspirators were behind bars, he would inform the families the missing people had been found. He then paid the Chosen One and said that if they ever needed help saving their village, he would join them, and then he left to put an end to the conspiracy. The Chosen One watched as Jacob, Eileen, along with several other conspirators, were all taken to jail. And then they asked Marcus if he was serious about joining them, which he was. Marcus was incredibly grateful to see the town safe and wanted to return the favor, so they set off together, heading south to Vault 15.
Chosen, the spirits of our ancestors guide me to a world of dreams that I may
didn't just have
touch
followers.
thoughts.
I had a fucking
Our
army.
village suffers without the holy Gek. Your hands hold our lives as a father holds his children.
After another week or so of walking through the desert, and one dream later, the Chosen One and Marcus stood outside the vault. Although instead of being able to find a Gek or even access the vault's central computer and find another vault, their way forward was blocked by a group of squatters. These squatters had taken up refuge outside the vault after the NCR had taken their land, and now they were searching for a place to call their own, a home where the outside world, with all of its strife and problems, would leave them be. and the sight of 2 more outsiders, one of which was a super mutant, didn't exactly put them in a talkative mood. But there was a woman, Rebecca. She looked around as if she was being watched and told them that they shouldn't talk here and asked if they could go somewhere more private. Inside her tent, she told them Chrissy, her daughter, a tomboy of sorts who likes to run around and stick her nose into other people's business, had been missing for several days. While Rebecca has tried to find her daughter, Zeke, the mayor, told her to stop looking as it wasn't safe and sent some of his men to find her instead. Yet even they came back empty-handed and suggested that Chrissy was most likely taken by slavers. The Chosen One and Marcus exchanged glances and knew that if they were going to get inside Vault 15, then this was their first step in doing so. So they told Rebecca they would take a look around and see what they could find. Now,
I remember right, this was a
Chrissy
fucking gauntlet.
was heading up the small dirt path on the right side of the vault door, so that's where they went first. But after reaching the top and finding no signs of foul play, they were passed by a man who blatantly ignored them. Following the stranger led to a small shack where a woman, who after a brief exchange with the stranger, stepped aside. Approaching, the woman stuck out her hand and with a confused expression, waited for them to do something. But when they started asking questions, she dropped her hand and said she didn't give a rat's ass if a girl was missing. She was just a hired gun who guards the trail. Other than that, she didn't really know what went on around here. Although some guy had gone by, he knew the proper sign. If they didn't, then they needed to leave. Unless they wanted trouble. Not wanting to stir things up, they returned to the squatters'
I'm pretty sure I
camp
stirred
and told
shit up.
Rebecca that something strange was going on at the top of the trail, and they would take another look once it was dark. Once day had faded, they crept back up the trail.
Or maybe
but just
what I
as
did was
before,
I accidentally happened to be there at night anyway, so I just immediately
the
freaking...
woman was standing guard. Without the proper sign, she wouldn't let them pass, so they would have to try something else. Dahlia was staring down the trail when the mutant from before walked up to her and started asking questions. She could feel herself reaching for a gun, but then the world jolted to the side, and the last bit of light she could see went black. Behind her was the Chosen One with a very large rock, and now without the guard, they turned their attention towards the small shack. Of course, the door was locked, but after rummaging through the guard's pockets, they found a key. With it, the door swung open, and they found themselves staring down the barrel of a gun. On the other end was a man wearing metal armor who said, "I should shoot you dead, but I'm kind of curious about what you could possibly have to say to me." The man was Phil, a Khan raider, who not only knew where Chrissy was, but had also been keeping an eye on Rebecca to make sure she didn't get too close. They told him that in the time it took him to kill one of them, the other would have returned the favor. Phil turned towards the mutant, who in the dark night was holding something very large that had a faint scent of spent gunpowder. The Khan slowly nodded and came to terms with the fact that the Chosen One was probably right. His only way out of this alive would be to give them what they wanted, and so he dropped his weapon, held out a...
Freaking the problem is that Marcus, realistically, accuracy-wise, would have probably wound up freaking killing the Chosen One at the same fucking time. The number of allies, or me, in power armor that Marcus had killed is not small.
key and told them the girl was in the back room, and then he tried to leave, which only ended with him joining Dahlia in the land of sleep. Inside the shack, behind the door in the corner, the girl was borderline rabid until they told her that they were there to take her back to her mother, who was very worried and just outside waiting. Rebecca told the Chosen One everything her daughter had learned during her time in captivity, that Darian, the man who was helping them, was actually a raider, and his group, the New Khans, had been using the squatters to protect themselves from the NCR. And even though Zeke, the mayor, did seem a little suspicious, Rebecca still trusted him enough to suggest taking the bad news to him. In the beginning, when the squatters were forced from their home by the NCR, they had found Vault 15 in disrepair and had tried their very best to restore it to working order. They were unable to, and then Darian and his raiders came along and said they could fix the vault for them, with
Freaking Vault 15 is a goddamn gauntlet, though, because I was not peaceful when I went in there. I fucking murked them all. And they have a lot of automatic weapons and a lot of shotguns. And that was fucking brutal, dude.
With their help, they wouldn't have to worry about the NCR ever again, which sounded too good to be true, because it was. Darien took control of the vault, and while the raiders pretended to fix it, they snuck out and attacked NCR caravans, and whatever loot, water, food and medicine that survived the raid were given to the squatters, who believed the supplies were coming from the vault, and so they were more than happy to live outside while Darien restored their new home. Zeke couldn't believe what he was hearing. By working with the raiders, he had been helping them hide their operations, and was now, unwillingly, Darien's accomplice, and the crimes the new Khans had committed were now his own, which would only make things between themselves and the NCR all the more difficult, but something needed to be done. The squatters were
I
in
know
no
that
shape
canonically
to
you
fight
don't wipe
the
out, like,
raiders.
the Khans, you find a peaceful solution. But it was really funny running into, like, the Khans again when I, as the Vault Dweller, murked all of them. Every single one of them. Because they
Even
shot
with the
first,
Chosen
by the
One
way.
and
I should
Marcus,
clarify
who were
that. They shot me first. Because I was walking around and had my gun out.
capable fighters, there were just too many
I think I
Khans
also
to
tried to
simply
steal
gun
something,
down,
but
and they didn't have enough money to buy mercenaries, which left only one group who could help, someone the squatters really wanted to avoid, the NCR. Now the NCR knew about Vault 15 because it's where their ancestors came from, and as of late they have made many visits to the vault, wanting any technology that may still be inside. But without anywhere else to go, the squatters have had no choice but to rely on the raiders. But now things were different, and if the NCR wanted access to the vault, then maybe they could work together and both come out
Rangers
on
is still
top.
the only
And with
good
the
part about the
raiders out of
NCR,
the
even
way,
back in
the
Fallout
Chosen
2.
One could get inside and find a Gek. But after heading west to NCR, everything changed. They learned from Tandy, Aradesh's daughter, who founded the town, formerly known as Shady Sands, had done so with a Gek, the only one Vault 15 had, meaning their quest was now far from over, unless the central computer could direct them to another vault. But for that to happen, Darien needed to go. So after explaining to Tandy that the raiders inside the vault had been attacking their caravans, something the squatters were unaware of, and were merely being used by the Khans to repel the NCR, suggested that in return for whatever technology they wanted from the vault, the squatters would be allowed to make it their new home. The deal was a no-brainer for Tandy. With it, the raiders would be killed, making the road safer. Her caravans would no longer be raided, at least by Khans, and she could also get access to the vault and take whatever she wanted. It was a win-win-win for Tandy. She agreed. On the conditions, the Chosen One killed Darien, and the squatters joined the Republic. The Chosen One brought
Which is
Tandy's deal to Zeke,
so
who was
fucked up,
understandably unhappy.
So fucking stupid, dude. I didn't even get this option because I started, you know, I murked before I thought. I shot first, asked questions later kind of deal. But yeah, fucking I don't know. I mean, it's fitting with how the freaking NCR would later become, but like, I don't know. Tandy goes from being like a very good character to being the epitome of what the NCR would later be, which makes sense. if she's the leader for however many years and, like, the founder, it makes sense that she's, like, the poster child for how they would behave later, but I don't know. Fucking... It was a big freaking whiplash going from Fallout 1 Tandy to Fallout 2 Tandy. Like, firsthand.
Happy about joining the NCR, but he did understand that if Darien was killed, then the vault would be their new home, which would put them in a much better position to bargain with Tandy if things went south. Sensing that the Chosen One may actually be able to pull this off, Zeke said that Chrissy had seen a hidden door beside the shack. He then pulled out a red card and told them that he had tried using it on every other door he's found, and none of them opened. So perhaps it would open that door. Yes, it was a long shot, but it was the only one they had. Taking the card, they left Zeke and went back up the dirt trail for the third time. At the top, Dahlia was missing, but Phil was still there, and he was no longer breathing, having most likely died from his head wound.
Whoops.
But beside Phil, between the small group of trees...
I mean, his head wound when I got to him was more like an upper body wound, because, I take bloody mess every time, and I have a lot of crits when I freaking play RPGs, because at least RPGs that, you know, have a luck stat. Or have, like, ways to do finesse and whatnot. Because, I mean, anyone that was around for my freaking KOTOR 2 run knows that even without my weapons, I was freaking rolling 30s on damage and always hitting. I don't think I missed a single attack after Telos.
They had missed, having been preoccupied the last time they were here.
It was a terrace.
It was a secret entrance the Khans had been using to bypass the squatters, and the card Zeke had given them, as he'd hoped, granted them access. Below ground, the Chosen One was immediately halted in their tracks by a guard, whose only qualm was they did not recognize them. But then they remembered something, that Darien had a lot of hired guns, and new people were always joining, and a hardened tribal and super mutant with a minigun fit right in, and so they pretended they were mercenaries. And upon seeing no issues, the guard let them through, and beyond that, no Khan or Merc ever questioned them, only watched in awe and stepped aside when the mutant got too close. And this ruse lasted all the way to the control room where Darien...
This room fucking sucks. Because high accuracy, high damage weapon. High accuracy, high damage weapon. I don't remember him. I think he had an automatic weapon. And then these two dudes are... These two dudes died fast because of Marcus. But these three were fucking brutal to deal with. And then obviously enemies would start funneling in from other rooms afterward because they heard the commotion and started freaking...
was hiding. Darien was an older man with thin grey hair, but still in good shape for his age. A surprising sight, considering he was almost 100 years old. But two things had kept him going all these years: hate and fear. His hate for Tandy, who he blames for all of his problems and misery in life, and his fear of the Vault Dweller, who killed his father, Garl Deathhand, along with every other Khan raider while rescuing Tandy. A massacre only he survived, and for 80 years, Darien has plotted his revenge, slowly building his gang of new Khans. Although most of his power comes from the many
I don't believe that there were
pays
any,
to
like...
stick around.
I don't believe that there were any children at all in Fallout 1, so... That's probably why he survived. Like, there were actually children added in Fallout 2, I believe. Because there's the kids that freaking pickpocket you as you walk around in freaking the second area that I don't remember the name of the town. They pickpocket you until you kill the two people that they take the weapons to.
And here they were, huddled around their cash cow, intent on keeping him alive. But all it took was a huddled around. Power comes from the many mercs he pays to stick around. And here they were, huddled around their cash cow, intent on keeping him alive. But all it took was a well-placed bullet, assisted by VATS, for the mercenaries to realize their employer was now dead. And without Darien paying them, the entire operation fell apart. Mercenaries fought to the death over what was left. Only those new Khans raiding at the time survived, and when they returned, Vault 15 was a very different place.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. They do start fighting each other, but they kind of go berserk and start with the guy that just, got rid of their paycheck. Not great.
With Darien dead, and the last few remaining mercs running for the exit, the Chosen One, watched over by Marcus, scoured the information on the central computer, and to their surprise, there was another vault only a few days west from NCR, and this vault was special, because it was the fabled Holy Vault 13, and if any vault would have a Gek they could use to save their village, it would be this one. A few days after telling Tandy the good news that Darien was dead and the squatters were joining the Republic, they found themselves at Vault 13. But they didn't find raiders, or squatters, or even vault dwellers, but intelligent Deathclaws, who lo and behold were not only friendly, but also had a Gek they could have. The only catch was before they could have it, they needed to repair the mainframe computer. You see,
If I do like a full-on dickish run, that's probably the only one that I wouldn't, because even in power armor, Deathclaws are fucking terrifying. Because they have kind of absurd stats, and I feel like them having an increased... I mean, I guess that increased int wouldn't really do a whole lot. But they're freaking absurd strength, and they're freaking absurd, perception, I believe, is what's used in order for, like, hit rate. For sure. We are actually at break, so I am gonna go grab myself some burgers. Fuck! Oh, never mind. I thought that I accidentally screwed something up. I didn't. It just, for some reason, shifted to the end of the thing. Now we're good. Gotta wait for my food to actually cool. Back over to this. This is what happened last time. It freaking jumped to this, and I thought that it restarted the video or something, or it jumped to a certain part of the video.
After the Vault Dweller was exiled from Vault 13 by Jacoran, the Overseer, a decision the other dwellers didn't agree with, he was stripped of his position and sentenced to death. The rebellious dwellers then either left the vault in search of their savior or stayed behind. Those remaining dwellers disliked the idea of having another Overseer, so instead, they had a mainframe computer installed by the Brotherhood of Steel that could be interacted with through voice commands. And while this did make their lives much easier for...
Here's the thing. This doesn't happen in my timeline, because I took bloody mess. I'm the person that tried and executed him.
3 generations, it had no way of helping them with what came next. On May 15, 2241, the Vault received a coded sequence which told the central computer that it was finally time to leave the Vault. Martin Frobisher, the Vault's informal leader, ran the dwellers through the emergence protocol. The Leaving the Vault training video provided by Vault-Tec was played, and all other preparations were complete. A day later, on May 16, the vault door opened. Within minutes, the vault had been transformed from a safe haven into a combat zone. Many dwellers were decimated by the deceitful demons. A Gek was stolen, while the other was left behind. And then, oddly enough, animal handlers filled the vault with intelligent Deathclaws, whose sole purpose was to take the fall for the massacre. But these Deathclaws, genetically engineered to serve, questioned the morality of their evil overlords and severed all ties, turning the now empty vault into their new home. The pack, under the leadership of Gruther, started a new community. Using the voice recognition on the mainframe, he was able to provide his pack with water, food, and a new purpose. These supplies and a home inside the vault was extended to humans as a sort of penance for what the Enclave had done. The vault became a unique place where Deathclaws and humans could coexist. Even Dahlia, after her...
This model doesn't actually have the jaw open and close. You only tell based off of my mouth movements. No, it does have the mouth. It does have the jaw move. I just didn't notice it.
Run-in with the Chosen One would find her way here. But this relationship was strained by Deathclaws and humans could coexist. Even Dahlia, after her run-in with the Chosen One, would find her way here. But this relationship was strained by a man named Matt, who believed the Deathclaws were the greatest threat to humanity and bombed the Mother Deathclaw and her brood. While the Deathclaws survived the attack, the mainframe was damaged and the Deathclaws were no longer able to receive food and water, which forced them outside in search of supplies. Water was easy to find as radioactive puddles were abundant, but the only source of food they could find were livestock and NCR Brahmin herds, which Gruther and many other Deathclaws knew would one day bring trouble. And that's how things were, up until the Chosen One came along searching for a Gek, and Gruther jumped at the opportunity to get the mainframe repaired and return the pack toward a more peaceful way of living. There are two ways the Chosen One could have gathered a Vault-Tec voice recognition module, either buying one from Eldritch in New Reno or taking one from Vault 8. Either way, it was easily recovered, and after repairing the mainframe, they were given the Gek as promised. And it wasn't broken, it wasn't fake, and despite feeling like Vault 13 had been far too easy, they could finally return to Arroyo and save their village. And then Gruther gave them some food and water for their travels, and said if there was anything else inside the vault they wanted, within reason, they could have. After looking around, they found themselves drawn to a strange piece of tech. It didn't work on its own, but it was interesting to look at, and would surely make a nice gift back home. Before they could leave, a hooded figure started asking questions. He introduced himself as Goris and wanted to know more about them, having heard from Gruther, his father, that they were well seasoned, having been around a bit and accomplished things. Goris explained that he was a student of sorts and was trying to learn as much as he could about the old world and the different cultures that have developed. Right now he was studying the culture the Deathclaws were forming and comparing it to human development along similar lines. He's acquired just about all the information he needs here, and it would greatly help his research if he could do some traveling. However, he didn't want to go alone, instead preferring a joint venture. Turning to Marcus, the mutant shrugged, and Goris took his gesture as a yes. Together, the trio of oddballs put Vault 13 behind them and started walking north. Over the coming days, the Chosen One learned many things from Goris about the Enclave and a virus, FEV, a virus known to mutate humans into some sort of super beings, something Marcus confirmed to be true, having once been one of those humans. It was during one of these discussions where Goris stopped talking and stood up with an expression that radiated both concern and discomfort. He said he could sense that his pack were in trouble and he needed to check on his brothers. The Chosen One, having only traveled a few days from Vault 13, decided to go with him. When they arrived at Vault 13, Goris felt as if he had somehow been transported through time back to the massacre. Only now, instead of Vault Dwellers, it was Deathclaws and Wastelanders that littered the ground like discarded toys. The Chosen One and Marcus followed quietly as Goris checked on every corpse he came across, but no life was left in Vault 13, and neither was the body of Gruther, which gave him hope that his father had survived. In the command center, they learned the security cameras had recorded the events, and on the screen was Gruther. A Deathclaw lay off to his side, still as stone, and surrounding the pack leader were 6 Enclave soldiers, one of which the Chosen One recognized immediately. It was the same man they had encountered in the desert, and knowing just how brutal he could be, they feared for Gruther's life. The Mountain spoke, and told Gruther that he was the last, and the stain of his kind would soon be wiped clean. Gruther replied and told the Mountain that they could tell their so-called president that he would burn for this. But these words meant nothing to the Mountain, who saw Gruther as nothing more than a talking animal, and if their experiments had given him life,
prophetic,
then that also meant he could take it away. Instead of ordering his men to shoot Gruther, he stepped forward, killed him with a single punch, and then took his body away to be studied. The Chosen One and Marcus waited outside for Goris, and once he was ready, they left Vault 13 with 2 goals: to get the Gek to Arroyo and then find the Mountain and make him pay.
Chosen, do you hear me? The village dies. All of our futures die too. We have little left in both time and essence. Hurry.
Arroyo was running out of time, and no longer could they afford the luxury of sleep. It would bring them to the brink of exhaustion, but they made it to Arroyo as quickly as they could, which still took several days. At Arroyo, what they found wasn't a starving village with hopeful smiles, but smoke and fire and death, and a badly burned Hakunin whose spirit had returned to tell the Chosen One what had happened.
Dark souls came. They took everyone.
Dark Souls.
A rush of wind came. On it were great dragonflies that spat flame. Evil men crawled from the beasts' bellies and brought death to our warriors. The spirit was willing, but the spearheads were weak. The evil ones burned our warriors with the lights of hell. All were dead or taken. My spirit returned to flesh only to reveal the truth to the chosen. A strange mist stole their minds and sent them to the land of sleep. The evil ones walked among the dreamers, yet did not dream. The beasts swallowed all, then took to the winds. I overheard the Dark Soul speaking. They plan to rest their beasts at a place named Navarro before crossing the great basin of our Earth Mother's tears. An ocean of tears cried by a mother for her children. You are the chosen. You must do.
Following the coastline south for just over 2 weeks, the trio noted that they had started to see more and more signs of the Enclave. The occasional wastelander, half-cooked with scorch marks that matched Hakunin's, tracks spread out as if whoever left them were patrolling. And then they heard this awful sound, a deep rumbling that shook their minds from the inside, and it sounded like it was getting closer. It was one of the dragonflies Hakunin had mentioned. To the chosen one, it looked more like a giant metal bird. Either way, it could kill an entire village with ease. So they waited and watched as it flew into the distance. But before it disappeared, it stopped, and as if stuck in place, hovered momentarily before landing somewhere out of view. Heading in that direction, a day later, they came to a small building at the edge of the road. After watching it for some time, they counted only a single inhabitant, and they were not wearing power armor or looked official in any way. But just in case they were in some way working with the Enclave, it was best to go alone. After all, a super mutant and talking Deathclaw were bound to look suspicious. So they remained out of sight while the chosen one went to see who this person was. His name was Chris. The building was a pre-war service station, and as far as he knew, there wasn't anything around here except for wasteland and radiation. But there was civilization further south, so they should probably go that way instead of standing around here. This comment was awfully strange. It was almost as if Chris was trying to get rid of them. After a few moments of awkward silence, he tried again, and this time he told them to head to the back of the gas station and to go through the small group of trees.
My hands real quick. Alright. Alright.
Where, on the other side, they might find something interesting. And now they were certain something was off, so they tried a different approach. They mentioned the Enclave, Navarro, and Metal Birds, and lied about wanting to join. Chris only stared with a blank expression, and one of his hands seemed to be reaching for something, perhaps a radio or a gun. But then he sighed with relief and clapped them on the shoulder. He walked them to the back of the gas station while telling them he hadn't expected the Enclave replacement to get here so soon. He apologized for the hassle and then pointed them towards the woods and said to go through, that there was a gate on the other side where a guard would need a password, sheep's head, and not to forget to stay on the path unless they wanted to get blown up by mines. And then he walked away, chuckling the words Metal Bird as he went. With Chris out of sight, they turned their attention towards the small group of trees, and with some effort, they could just about make out the path he had mentioned. But he had also said something about mines. With every step, they waited to be launched into the air, only to come back down in bits and pieces. But after making it through intact, they were surprised to see the gate and the guard, along with turrets, a large fence topped with barbed wire, and 2 more guards, who weren't at all surprised to see them. One password later, they were walking down the road towards Navarro, still unsure as to whether or not this was a trap. That was until they met Sergeant Dornan.
Welcome to Camp Navarro. So you're the new replacement. You are out of uniform, soldier! Where is your power armor? Don't have any? You expect me to believe that, maggot? The truth is, you lost an expensive piece of Army-issue equipment. That suit is going to come out of your pay, and you will remain in this man's army until you are 510 years old, which is the number of years it will take for you to pay for a Mark II powered combat armor you have lost. Report to the armory and have a new suit issued to you, then report back to me, Private. Dismissed.
I want to know how common that is that people lose those, that's the first assumption and not that there's some sort of tomfuckery going on.
After entering the first building, they were directed to a small ladder that led underground to a much larger complex, and following the signs for the armory, they found themselves standing in a long, thin room with several lockers, one of which was open, and inside was a suit of power armor and a Winchester P94 plasma rifle, the perfect pairing for the perfect disguise. Exiting the armory, to their left was another ladder leading outside. On the right were more signs for the commander's office and the science lab. Of the two, the science lab sounded the most promising. But inside, all they found was a balding man in a lab coat and a dog that, while breathing, didn't move. Talking to the man, whose name was Dr. Schreiber, they learned many things. That he was the base physician, but more of a geneticist. This was his lab, where he conducted experiments that usually held subjects who would insist on screaming, which is why the lab was soundproofed. The talking deathclaws were his doing, although he suspects they were far more intelligent than they were letting on, and the one they had captured from Vault 13 had been deemed too dangerous to be left alive, and was scheduled for termination. Then the doctor saw the plasma rifle and suggested they do it for him, as his hands were already full and the extra help would be appreciated, as his current assistant wasn't much use, indicating the dog in the corner, which was an odd thing to see, but still not the strangest thing they'd encountered on their quest. Hoping their tribe, along with the doomed Deathclaw, were being held in some sort of prison cell, agreed to help the doctor put down the abomination. Down the corridor, inside the room, was only a single Deathclaw, who introduced himself as Zahn. Removing their helmet, Zahn's defeated face smirked. he recognized the Chosen One from Vault 13, who said that Goris was alive and just outside along with Marcus, and while they had come searching for their tribe, which Zahn had not seen, they wouldn't leave without him. Zahn explained to the Chosen One that when he was brought here, he was done so through the door behind him, and that door led to a secret entrance just
That's how I
outside
got
the
in.
base. Now, brute force wasn't enough to break the door open. Instead, a blue key pass would be needed, something Zahn knew the Doctor had. So, the Chosen One returned to the science lab to find it. But when they went inside, they were stopped in their tracks by Dr. Schreiber, who was teasing the statue-like dog. This was K9, his assistant. Schreiber had decided to see if he could cyber-enhance his intelligence, which worked, but the dog had developed a bad case of morals and decided he didn't much like the Doctor's work, and one day...
You know, you'd figure that after a certain point, like, there would be some logic. Hey, how is it that everything that we make smart starts thinking we're terrible entities, terrible human beings? Maybe we should think a little bit on that.
He bit Dr. Schreiber. As punishment, Schreiber disabled his legs. Now he gets to sit there and watch every distasteful thing he does. The Chosen One felt sorry for K9 and asked if he could be fixed, which the Doctor replied with a resounding yes. His motivator circuit had been removed and given to Raoul, Navarro's vertibird mechanic, and even though it was taken out, it could be put back in, something the Doctor intended to do one day, just to see if K9 had changed his mind. But something told the Chosen One that this dog would never come to like the Doctor or any of the horrible things he would do.
Can't
Then
imagine
they
why.
stood up, said they were patrolling soon and needed to get ready, but would come back later to see if there was anything else the Doctor needed help with. Outside, they made their way to the vertibird hangar, where an angry voice came from a man wearing a filthy military uniform, and judging by the grease spots on his face, he was Raoul, and in a voice both angry and tired, he told them to get away from that bird, as he's got enough problems to deal with without the grunts mucking things up. Speechless, the Chosen One stepped back and said the Doctor wanted to fix K9. While protesting about this and that, and some asshat named Quincy found the part and threw it to them. Outside the hangar, they heard a lot more noise coming from the building next door. It was a garage of sorts, where another mechanic was cursing to himself, and the closer they got, the more they heard. Something about repairing a truck, vertibirds, and Raoul. Whatever was going on between these two mechanics wasn't good, and as soon as he saw the Chosen One, they said, without thinking, that Raoul wanted something, which was a blatant lie, but redirecting the man's anger was probably a good thing, because Quincy was furious. He said Raoul would lose his own head if it weren't placed so firmly up his ass, and that this would be the third time this quarter he's lost those plans, and now he didn't even have the brass bouncing balls to come to him and ask for them. With a greasy finger, Quincy pointed to a locker at the back of the garage and told the Chosen One to tell that asshole he wanted to see him. Inside the locker were vertibird plans. They didn't know who these were more valuable to, the Enclave or some other tech-obsessed group, but they were valuable to say the least, and having been given the opportunity to take them, they did. Leaving the garage, they returned to the vertibird hangar, and while Raoul was angrily inspecting the bird, quietly told him that Quincy wanted to see him. As the Chosen One descended the ladder, they listened as Raoul stormed past and went into the garage. There was shouting, followed by the unmistakable noise of two men fighting, and while the Chosen One wasn't certain, they thought they could hear the sound of Sergeant Dornan shouting in the distance, and he didn't sound pleased. Back at the lab, the Doctor was once again teasing...
Even as the good guy, you're a shit stirrer. I kinda like that, though.
K9, and then he turned to the Chosen One with a puzzled expression that said there was no way they could have been on patrol that fast. But without saying a single word, the Chosen One turned to K9. and seeing a slot that roughly matched the outline of the motivator, paired them together. Before Schreiber had the time to react, K9 was on top of him, tearing out his throat. If not for the soundproofed lab, his deafening screams would have been heard by Chris, let alone the guards outside. K9 turned to the Chosen One, muzzle still wet and snarling. They raised the plasma rifle ever so slightly, preparing to fight. But the mad dog's breathing slowed, and then he thanked them and said that his life had been a living nightmare, and he'd been wanting to do that for quite some time. K9 was already heading for the door when they were stopped by the Chosen One, who said he wasn't the only one who needed saving, and Zahn, the talking Deathclaw, still needed help. K9 looked torn between saving his own hide and helping the stranger when his morals took over. Searching the doctor's desk, the Chosen One found a blue card, much like the red one Zeke had given them back at Vault 15, and with it, the other door to Zahn's room was opened. But their faces changed when the Chosen One said they weren't going with them, as they didn't know where their tribe had been taken and couldn't leave Navarro until they did. Expecting them to run off to safety, they started for the corridor, but were surprised to hear the sounds of their footsteps. They were following, and they wanted to help. The Chosen One, K9, and Zahn went to the only place left that made any sense, the commander's office. Suffice to say, the 3 soldiers along the way were no match and were swiftly cut down, either being torn in half by Zahn.
So if he's assumed to be a replacement, assumedly everyone else here would be like on. I guess that you would know like what your replacement is replacing, so okay, never mind. I was gonna say, why are these guys not in like power armor as well though? And why was it assumed that he would be in like power armor if he was arriving as a replacement? If these guys are, but no, he would have gotten the paperwork on what he was replacing. So if it's someone in power armor he's replacing, obviously it's going to be someone in power armor.
Zahn's razor-sharp claws or turned into piles of green goo by the plasma rifle. Inside the office, the commander experienced a...
Also, I really want to watch this down the rabbit hole, because apparently there's a few jabs that Fred makes in it that are more than a little amusing.
Similar fate, but unfortunately, they found no trace of their tribe, and no information on them either. In fact, the only locked container in the room, which Zahn broke open, held only a fob. K9 suggested it could have digital information and should be taken just in case. But now they needed to leave, because for some reason, the alarm had been sounded. Had the real Enclave replacement shown up for duty? Did Raoul and Quincy realize the vertibird plans had been stolen, or had the doctor's body been discovered? Whatever the reason, they left through the hidden exit and were glad to be on the other side of the fence. After a brief moment of respite, Goris told Zahn to wait for him at Vault 13. Without Gruther, Goris was now the pack leader, and Zahn did as he was told. Marcus and K9 exchanged a few words, while the Chosen One was lost as to where to go next. That was until K9 told them the Enclave had enemies south, and remembering Chris had said something about there being civilization in that direction, decided that somewhere in all this wasteland would be someone who could help them. After weeks of hiding from vertibirds and crossing paths with Enclave patrols, some they avoided, others they killed, they found their way to San Francisco, a genuine city, or at least what was left of one. It is here the ambiguity ramps up, as we don't know who the Chosen One gave the vertibird plans to. They could have given them to the Brotherhood of Steel, or the She, or the Hubologists, and then stolen them back.
I never really interacted with the She when I played through, I don't think.
And returned them to one of the others. We just don't know. But what we do know is that the Chosen One was able to learn from the Shi Emperor, a powerful naval computer which had been monitoring the Enclave's activity,
Okay, maybe I did a little
that there
bit.
was a 97% aggregate chance the Chosen One's tribe had been taken to a location in the Pacific Ocean. I imagine the Chosen One considered taking a vertibird from Navarro, but that came with a whole host of problems, making it the most likely to go wrong, and it would still be years before the group they gave the plans to would have their own working vertibird, and by then, their tribe would be long dead. Alternatively, there was the ESS Quetzal, a nuclear-powered shuttle, but the chances of finding someone to fly it, finding a place to land, and it not blowing up on takeoff was extremely unlikely. So instead,
I
they
still
went to San
find it like really funny that they just... It's just there. It just exists. You never really use it. It has no use. It just exists. Just as a cool little, hey, look at something that exists in this world.
Fran's Shitown docks and started searching for a ship, and it's here they found the private marine vessel, or PMV Valdez. Investigating the tanker, the odd group of Tribal, Mutant, Deathclaw, and Cyberdog met the self-styled captain, Aaron Myers, who after seeing the group, knew there was no way in hell they were Enclave spies, and revealed that he was a deserter from Navarro, and due to his unique position, he wanted to help.
This part, if I remember
Myers
correctly,
knew
took
full well
forever.
that unless the Enclave was stopped, he would never be able to live a normal life, because, as the family in the desert and the talking Deathclaws learned, the Enclave doesn't forget, and no matter how far you run, or how well you hide, they will always find you in the end. So after reviewing the coordinates from the Shi Emperor, he confirmed that the location was a pre-war Poseidon energy oil rig, now known as Control Station Enclave.
I'd also like to point out, artistically, very cool to have the faces on the outside, but in-universe practicality, why the fuck does it have the faces on the outside of it? For what purpose? It's an oil rig. And even if it's, like, now a command center of sorts, why the faces? Faces that belong on, like, the outside of a temple or some shit.
It was their main base of operations, and the Valdez was the perfect ship to get them there, because the Valdez was completely autonomous, meaning it could sail without a crew, but there were still a few things it needed before it could work. The first thing the ship needed was an identification friend or foe, or IFF transponder, a device that would trick the Enclave systems into thinking the vessel was friendly, which the Chosen One, at the behest of K9, had taken from the commander's office in Navarro. The next thing the ship needed was the navcom parts for the navigation system, which Myers explained had been taken by the Enclave to Vault 13, the same parts Garutha had allowed the Chosen One to have. Meaning the third and final thing the ship needed was fuel, which either the Shi or the Hubologists could have provided, and while we don't know which group they decided to work with, we do know that one of them diverted fuel to the Valdez, after which the only thing left to do was set sail.
Oh! I think I killed the Shi. I think that I did something stupid, I think, and went down and did something that triggered them to all be mad at me, and I think I killed them. Shame those VODs are dead, because it was before I started shoving things over to the archive. sheer amount of shit that freaking just moving that caused. Is it fine to coast in water? Feels like one of those things you'd want more control for. Welcome to the Enclave, bitch.
Marcus, Goris, and K9 agreed that staying on the ship was probably their best chance of remaining undetected, while the...
I brought everyone with me. And who was it that died? Was it Cass's dad? Someone fucking died because they were on a single tile, and they got stuck on a single tile that was technically being touched by the hexes for the electrical floor.
Chosen One, with their power armor and plasma rifle, went aboard and blended in with the other soldiers. The outside platform, with its faces, reminded the Chosen One of the Temple of Trials, and just how far their quest had taken them. The people they had met, the things they had done, had all led to this moment, and if all went well, it would soon be over. Inside, they crossed the entrance hall and took the elevator down to a lower floor, where they found themselves surrounded by tribals from Arroyo and Vault Dwellers from Vault 13, all trapped behind obscure walls of light. And while walking through the rows of captives, trying to think of a way to save them, they found their mother, the village elder.
Chosen One, men came to our village in flying machines and took us. There were others too, from the Holy 13. I thought we were saved. I thought we were going to heaven. Then they brought us here, to hell. They have killed most of us with something they call FEV. They will kill us all before they are through. They stick needles into our skin like stim packs. But then terrible things happen. Then the skin bubbles like maggots beneath it. Boils grow and burst. Blood runs from your ears and your tongue swells. Those who are lucky choke to death. Those who are not. Careful, do not touch the glow wall. I think the machine that feeds it is beneath us. You must destroy the machine and kill the devils in this place. We will meet you outside. And Chosen One, if you have not found the Gek, seek it here. Our freedom is nothing if we cannot save our village. Now go.
With a goal in mind,
I do find it very funny, like, the just duality of that entire conversation. On one hand, talking about freaking things like you know what's going on. The machine below, stim packs, X, Y, and Z. Other points in time not having any idea what any technology is. Or anything like in non-religious context. It's Kinda goofy.
To destroy the machine and kill the devils, the Chosen One rode another elevator down and found a strange room, a 3x3 grid. Inside each segment was a computer that randomly opened some doors while closing others. It was a room used to slow down intruders, and it was working. Nevertheless, it was only a matter of time until they passed through enough doors to reach the exit, as well as 2 other rooms.
Forgot about this
a break
room.
room
Really fucking
and a
dumb.
storage room, which held a second Gek taken from Vault 13. Down another level, they walked through several offices and workplaces, jam-packed with Enclave soldiers, who all looked far too busy to take any notice of one slightly lost soldier. And I say lost because they accidentally entered into the wrong room, where a very tired man in a white lab coat demanded to know what they were doing inside his office. He started saying something about staying put while he called someone to take care of them, but stopped when he noticed the soldier's plasma rifle was pointing at him. He asked them who they were and what they wanted. The Chosen One told him that they were a tribal from Arroyo and they wanted answers.
Who the fuck do you think
the
you are?
doctor said his name was Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Charles Curling, United States Chemical Corps. And while he didn't see much point in talking to a mutant, as the real humans would soon retake the planet, he continued, knowing the longer he spoke, the more likely it was that someone would come and intervene. Curling said his research on the villagers clearly showed changes to their DNA, a natural result of all the background radiation, and while they may not look like mutants, it was their DNA that mattered. DNA that was quite different.
What are you doing?
Although he hadn't quite had the time to look into the ramifications of these changes. All in all though, the information was clear enough. The Chosen One and their tribe were no longer human, and the conclusion was unavoidable. That in order to retake the Earth and maintain integrity to the human race, all mutants would have to be destroyed.
I do find the logic a little dumb. Yeah, let's go with dumb. Like, even from the scientists, even the scientists out here are like, oh, well, you're mutants, blah, blah, blah. It's like, hundreds of years have passed, my guy. And you expect there to be 0, changes? Especially while all the shit that you guys know exists because you're the Enclave, so you know all the secret shit that the old world United States was doing?
Destroyed. He said it was social Darwinism at its finest. The global cleansing would be done with the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEV. One of their patrols had found the research data and several samples of FEV in a former military research base that had been almost completely destroyed. The virus was initially supposed to turn humans into super soldiers. That experiment was an utter failure, although Curling has had some success using a modified version of FEV on one of their Secret Service agents. And now the virus, thanks to his tweaking, was even more lethal, and due to some mysterious genius named the Master, it only worked on humans, bonding with human glycol proteins. Once it was released, it would spread from human to human until it ran out of hosts and died, leaving the Enclave with a clean slate to rebuild their new world. Something about the way the tribal was staring at him said he should keep talking, and so he went on, saying they had a release system that would spray the virus straight from the vats to the outside atmosphere, where the jet streams would take care of the rest. Global saturation would take only 2 weeks, with another month or so for the virus to run its course, and then the United States would be ready for recolonization by real humans. Perhaps it was a crime for so much life to be
rather
lost,
than the
but there
Palpatine
was no
voice.
price too high to pay for the survival of one species. The Chosen One thought about killing him, but there was a chance it would be too loud, and then they would never be able to reach the machine. But even if they did manage to free the villagers and dwellers, they would all be dead within 2 weeks. This quest was getting out of hand, and they didn't know if they would be able to finish it, when a word came to them from the depths of their troubled mind, a word the Doctor had used, Darwinism. It was a word they knew well from the knowledge passed down by the Vault Dweller. the theory of the evolution of species by natural selection. They told the Doctor that change was probably the one universal constant, and just because they were now different, that didn't make them bad. If anything, the tribals were living proof of humanity's resilience, and as such, they deserved to survive, even more than the Enclave. But the Doctor disagreed, and told the Chosen One that they were no more like him than a mutated two-headed cow is like a normal heifer, which was untrue. If mono-headed cows had existed, then they had long since died out. But the cow, as a species, has survived and grown even stronger, and the Chosen One told him this, and said again that change was an integral part of the natural order, and if Brahmin were just another type of cow, then tribals were just another type of human. The Doctor walked over to his desk, and after a long sigh, said that while he hated to admit it, perhaps he was wrong. What the Enclave were planning to do just wasn't right, and he had been blinded by trying to overcome the obstacles that he hadn't considered the morality of his task. With the Doctor now on his side, the Chosen One asked him if the virus could be destroyed, but that was pointless because the Enclave would just start over. Even with him dead, there was still enough data between here and Navarro to ensure they could replicate his work. Only something more drastic would be enough. He then told the Chosen One his plan. He was going to release the virus into the air filtration system, which would travel to all floors, and within minutes, everyone would die. However, in the event that something were to go wrong, Curling had made a cure to guarantee the Enclave would survive. This cure was now going to be repurposed and released into the detention center and entrance hall, ensuring the tribals, dwellers, and anyone else who left the Valdez would survive. And then the Doctor opened his desk and asked the Chosen One to come closer. When they had, he gave them a shot, his only cure, and said that this was the only way it would work. They couldn't release the cure on this floor because that would leave too many Enclave soldiers alive, and they couldn't just release the virus because that would lead to themselves also dying. But with this cure, the Chosen One would survive. After the Doctor was sure the cure had been sent to the right places, he released the virus, and while waiting to die, he recited William Blake's The Tiger, a poem that questioned Christian religious paradigms, discussing God's intentions and motivation for creating both the tiger and the lamb. His words slowly faded into nothing, and then he died. The Chosen One thanked Curling for his sacrifice and opened the office door, where on the other side, they were greeted by a gentle quietness. Stepping over the bodies, they took some dynamite from a nearby corpse and made their way to the final floor where the machine quietly whirred. They tried to switch it off, but...
Man, just hearing the quote-unquote canon way that this all happened is, really fucking different from how I did it.
The computer just wouldn't listen. Growing impatient, the Chosen One took the dynamite, set the timer, and blew up the computer. After the smoke had faded, two things happened. The force fields trapping their family were turned off, allowing them to escape to the Valdez, and on what little remained of the computer's screen, a counter with a warning appeared. It said that in 10 minutes the reactor would go into meltdown, and remembering what Harold had said about meltdowns being bad for everyone, they started running. The Chosen One rode the elevators back to the entrance hall, and were ready to be reunited with their family when they were stopped by a group of soldiers led by Sergeant Granite. Granite wanted to know why they weren't at their post, but all the Chosen One could say was they were tired and they wanted to go home. Something many soldiers understood, including Granite, and while he wouldn't stop them from deserting their post, he did say they wouldn't get very far, as Frank Horrigan was now waiting at the exit. According to Granite, Horrigan was some genetically engineered freak that used to be the president's bodyguard. Now he's more than half machine. He's tough, fast, and the things he likes to do to mutants is the stuff of nightmares. Sensing who was in the other room, the Chosen One gave Granite and his men an ultimatum. They could either stay here and wait for the meltdown, where they would surely die, or they could help kill Frank Horrigan and take the ship back to shore, where they could be with their families. The soldiers all knew that they were thinking the same thing, and after weighing up their odds of swimming back to shore, they abandoned their station and followed the Chosen One towards what they must have thought would be their last living moments, because Frank Horrigan was truly monstrous.
You've gotten a lot farther than you should have, but then you haven't met Frank Horrigan either. Making our reactor meltdown means that things are going to be pretty hot in here soon. Pity you won't live long enough to see it. You're not a hero. You're just a walking corpse. Your ride's over, Mutie. Time to die.
In the blink of an eye, the entrance hall became a battlefield, with Frank slicing the air with a giant knife the size of a normal human. And when that didn't work, he switched to a plasma cannon and fired haphazardly around the room. And while some soldiers were burned alive or cut in half, the Chosen One continued to avoid his attacks, which only angered Horrigan and fueled his burning rage.
What about
Alas,
the turrets?
We don't know how the battle ended. The Chosen One may have gotten lucky and struck a vital component that brought Frank to a standstill, but I like to think that Goris, sensing the danger, came to the Chosen One's aid, and just as promised, avenged his fallen brothers by delivering the final blow. In the end, Horrigan would find himself on his knees, surrounded by everything he hated. Now dying, he clutched his chest, and while coughing blood, spoke his final words.
You haven't won here. You and your muty bastard friends are gonna join me in a big old mushroom cloud send-off. I just triggered the self-destruct.
Self-destruct was gonna happen anyway, dumbass.
The work will go on. You didn't do nothing here except seal your own death warrants. Duty. Honor. Courage. Semper Fi.
I mean, I guess it wasn't a self-destruct that was going to happen in that case. It was just going to be a reactor meltdown. But still, either way, the thing's blowing up. It doesn't really matter if you self-destructed or if it freaking blows up on its own. Then again, I guess that since I went loud, that's probably why the turrets existed. Maybe the turrets just don't activate if you know, keep the stealth that the quote-unquote canon ending is.
Back on solid ground, Sergeant Granite, along with those who weren't killed by Horrigan, went north to Navarro and were never heard of again, but some say they lived a life full of adventure. Marcus, inspired by the Chosen One's example, went back to Broken Hills, but once the uranium mine dried up and the population dispersed, he continued heading east. It is said that while Marcus never heard from the Chosen One again, he felt that everything worked out for them in the end. Goris returned to Zaan, and together they disappeared. Some say they died, others believe they continued their species and made a new pack, following the peaceful ways Gruther had always taught. K9 was taken and left in NCR with Dorothy, but it was here he was disassembled because the NCR wanted to learn what made him tick. During this process,
That's
K9
fucked up,
would draw
dude.
his last breath. But not all was lost, as the NCR did learn the location of Navarro and destroyed the base, something I'm sure K9 would have willingly given his life for, had they only asked. As for the Chosen One, they guided their tribe and the dwellers from Vault 13 back to Arroyo, and with the Gek they founded the city of New Arroyo, reuniting the two bloodlines that had been separated for 3 generations. The village elder, pleased with the reunion, found peace and passed away a few months later. With the combination of the Vault Dwellers' technical know-how and the tribal's survival skills, New Arroyo thrived under the Chosen One's rule and grew into a powerful civilization. While I did try to include the Chosen One's most important and interesting actions, there are some minor things that have yet to be said, such as the Chosen One ruining Rose's unique cuisine in MODOK by shooting her death claw in the eye. And let's not forget their efforts to repair the Chrysalis
Oh, right, that's
Highwayman.
canon! I forgot that that's canon because New Vegas freaking mentions that. Oh, what the fuck?
Such as the Chosen One ruining Rose's unique cuisine in Modoc by shooting her death claw in the eye. And let's not forget their efforts to repair the Chrysalis Highwayman, a vehicle that would later be seen in the Mojave Desert just off of Highway 95, wrecked and half buried in the ground. Some say the Chosen One remained in New Arroyo until passing on the title of Elder and joining the spirits in the afterlife. Others think they used the Highwayman to continue their travels, while few believe a descendant of the Chosen One inherited the car and used it during a quest of their own. In the end, what they managed to achieve is truly unparalleled by future heroes, and will be a tale told for generations to come. A story of how a tribal left their village to find a Gek, and in doing so, saved the world.
It's a
Be
little
sure to show your support by
unfortunate
liking the video
that there's
and
not going to be
subscribing
any...
if you haven't already for more.
And you pause. But there's not going to be any, like, coverage of any of the modern era ones because there's no books that go along with any of this or anything, or, like, games that actually cover any of the shit that goes on, or give confirmation as to things that happened in other games. So it's all a mystery. Either way. No. Don't want... Let me remove that bookmark. Let me... New music. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. We may go raidless tonight. Sinu is yapping, but I think that I raided Sinu just the other day, didn't I? Joel's been going for 8 hours. He's probably nearing the... Egg's also been going for 10 hours. Sure, we'll raid into it. I don't think she's ending soon. Be nice if this loaded. It has cooled off a bit, so I may get to work on putting together the new rig. Swapping out all the parts except for, or like, putting in the power supply, the motherboard, putting the RAM into the, taking the RAM that's in it, in the current case into the current one, all that jazz. Basically everything aside from moving hard drives over and, GPU. I don't know if we'll do Sibling Saturday tomorrow, but I will see about streaming, assuming that the weather is not dog shit. There's the socials. You can join the Discord. Follow me on Blue Sky, or follow me on Twitter, and I'll keep it up to date on things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and Art Like C in the corner, and I'll be working on off stream. That's gonna be it for me tonight, though. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz, and I will see you guys tomorrow if all goes to plan. Love y'all. Bye.